Yeah, that's perfect. Excellent. Alrighty then. Mm-hmm. You do. Sure to meet yourself. Oh, perfect. Alright. You should be live now. In live chat. There we go. Ew. Hello, Melons. You saying you because of my character. If so, how dare you? I worked hard to get this shade of red. Also, it seems I won't be farming any longer today. Unfortunate. But it is what must be done. He's not edgy enough? Got him. Yeah, I was, so, for this DS2 run, I've obviously been doing unarmed. And I'm about to go into the DLCs, which could be some of the funnest, but also some of the most dangerous parts of any playthrough, because it has usually the highest level enemies, with the highest poise, highest damages, and most resistances to like pretty much every enemy type of the game. So I have to go in there prepared. Tons of stats, tons of weapons, support options, everything. So what I thought it would be a good idea to do is go and get the Awesome Stones. And in this game, you have to kill certain enemies to drop the Stones. There is a strategy that works where you kill Roy the Explorer in the Grave of Saints. The problem is that Roy the Explorer only spawns when your game is offline, so I had to turn off my Wi-Fi on this console to get him to spawn, because I don't have a way to manually turn off offline mode in DS2's, like, console version. Which is weird. Like, I thought they would have had that, but yeah, I guess they don't. Unfortunately, I was not able to farm enough by the time the stream started, but I farmed at least, I think, 19, 20. I need only about 50, but there are other ways that I can get them. Technically, I don't need them before I go into this DLC, though it would definitely help. Let me see if there's a couple other enemies. The Forest Guardians? Invisible Rogues. Okay, yes, they are great. Perfect. Yeah, we'll go get those guys. So, ideally, my solution, my way to get around this problem is that I'm going to go into the first DLC in Alayam Lois. I'm going to play through as much of it as I possibly can until I get the Scrying Eye so I can see invisible people. And then I'm going to... Oh, wow. Yeah, this is a soft gap. I am going to get the Scrying Eye, kill the tiger, get rid of the various winds around Alayam Lois, and then go get the Bone Dragon Fist, and then use the Scrying Eye to see the enemies in the forest. And I can kill them while in the Covenant of Champions, and they will give me all stones. And then once I get approximately 39 more, basically, no, not 31 more. Roughly 30 more Awe Stones. It will then give me the Vanquisher Seal, which I can equip to make my damage absolutely bonkers. Begin the Edge. Hello, Rock and Elves. Just discussing our strategy going forward into these DLCs. Didn't get all the Ostones I wanted, but I got enough. Let's see. Got a couple pine resins. I'll go get some more lightning. As they say in Bioshock, it's always a good idea to have a fistful of lightning. I genuinely wanted to play Bioshock online, but, you know, that didn't turn out well because for some reason you can't broadcast it. At least if you're not on the console.
Back again.
Well. So if you made a composite protagonist, would they be a good matchup in versus fights? Depends on the protagonist that you are selecting. It's not always a good idea to use a composite protagonist, because if you use a composite version of a character, due to some level of fairness, you kind of have to offer that to the other person that they'd be fighting, which means depending on the character that you're selecting, a composite version of them would maybe, like, even if your character gets a lot of benefits from being composited, they might end up getting a matchup that gets significantly more benefits on the opposition side compared to theirs. So it would actually be more of a detriment than it would be a benefit. Again, it really depends. Depends on the example, depends on the character in question. Depends on who they're fighting. Alright. Time to rock a Liam Lois. I don't think I have quite enough stagger to deal with these guys. Oh, no, never mind. I totally do. There we go. I was not power stancing correctly. Never mind. These idiots don't have a lot of poise. Time to see if they bleed. They don't seem to be bleeding. And if they are, I can't really tell. DS2's protagonist, the strongest of the DS Dark Souls protagonist. I have no idea what that says. I can't read it because that stupid heart emoji is in the way. Hang on. At their strongest to beat lore-wise. Are they at their strongest to beat lore-wise? I mean, they are among the strongest characters in the verse, but the protagonists typically get stronger as the games continue. With the exception of DS3. Well, actually, DS3 does fight the amalgamation of like all the Lords of Cinder, so technically he should be the strongest. But the DS2 protagonist was already stronger than many people who would have been beyond the power of the Lambs. And then he escaped the cycle, so technically he should be a lot stronger than any of the future protagonists because he would have lived long enough to actually benefit from it. Oh nice, a winged spear. Ah, the Forlorn. They decided to invade me. Could have sworn I dodged that. Hang on. Hang on. Oh, wait. There we go. Damn it, I didn't press the dodge button. Oh, fucking Christ. Everything is so much harder when the Forlorn show up, and none of the status conditions work on them. They're resistant to dark and all the magic, and they can't be bled, and they can't be poisoned. So fun. I'll just beat him to death with my fist next time. It's also kind of hard to see with the winds of a Liam voice being this way. Whew. Finally, tight corridors with one-on-one fights. This is where I excel. Let's go. I thought this was going to be rather difficult. This is ideal. I think I over-prepared for this DLC. Do you guys ignore me? No, they don't. as my souls. If Forlorn wants to come invade me, he can do it. I'm ready this time. Strike him. This looks like a copy of Lies of P. Totally. I have still not played Lies of P. The stupid frickin' season of crap air quality ends. I'm more inclined to play, like, new fucking games that I'm comfortable with. I don't want to be sneezing all over everything. Yes, these are the guys that I was worried about. we're gonna cut out the quarantine ring for now. And I'll just go and, I'll just go for, more, raw damage from the Ring of Blades. That was definitely the right decision. I'm killing in one strike less. Yeah, that was the right decision for sure. Play Hades, maybe? I have played Hades. I've played it more than a few times on stream. Though not this stream, on my Twitch stream. Great game. One of the first games in a very, very long length of time where I have genuinely had actual fun playing it. The entire length of time, like, through the game. Oh no. It's a good thing I have so much Estus. We have reached our destination, but we cannot do anything here. So, this area will be open once we light the torches, but we won't be able to light any fire until we deal with the winds that are currently bombarding Elaine Lois. We can only get rid of those once we get the scrying eye, and we are able to see the guardian, I believe her name is Aya, the tiger that is guarding the main chapel. So once we get there, then Elsana will drop the wind barrier, and then we can come back here. God, I have so little range. All my hitboxes are missing because I'm just so... My range is just so tiny. But I do so much damage. Come down here, buddy. Come take this L. And if I had a second Cadus, I would be golden. I think what I might do is that I might go into the old Iron King and grab the +7 or plus Cadus that is in there, just bring it back, and then pump some Titanite chunks into it. But if I accomplish my goal here, I might not have to, because I will have the... Oh, I did not see where that sphere started. There we go. In the new statements to the Bleach Animator office, Zero Squad, how interesting Ibanka was, how she beat a bunch of them while they were in Volstan. Yeah. They did exactly what I was expecting them to do, and they cleaned up twice. They cleaned up the first time, and then they came back, and they still fought them, and they were doing just fine. It's funny how Gerard was like, "Oh, hey, hang on, let me quit this for a sec, because I have to grab the charger from my computer. I'll be right back. I just have to grab this. I'll still be talking. I just can't be exposed in the field, getting attacked by enemies while I'm looking for a charger." You know, I find it funny that Gerard was basically accusing them of not even having the powers of beyond the 13 Core Guard squads. And then Nehemiah is like, we weren't even using really the power of like a single squad, and I'm just like, that's probably worse for the scaling purposes of them at full power, because that basically means that the Schutzstaffel are not even that strong. Or well, they're called the Royal Guard, but I believe the manga refers to them as the Schutzstaffel because they're supposed to be like, they're supposed to take inspiration from the German Reich and the Nazis. Hang on, why is this not? Why is YouTube loading poorly? Come on. Oh, great, my Wi-Fi just turned off. Lovely. This computer deserves to die in a fire. It is literally the worst thing ever. It has horrible connection to the internet, and it is absolute trash and garbage at all times. I will be happy when I am begone of this nonsense, and I have something new. There we go. Alright, we're back. That means Royal Guard as well, and Protection Squad in German, Mangler. Yeah, no, I'm aware. That's why they translated it to Royal Guard in the anime, because that's what Schutzstaffel translates to. But like the actual inspiration does come from the SS, because most of the scenes in the manga are depicted to have them have the Quincy's, at least the Vonderreich, be presented as sort of like this higher pure group of people, because they do perform like ethnic cleansings at least twice in the Thousand Year Blood War arc. Or at least they mention them twice, and then they also perform whole-scale executions and murders of like the Hollows. They systematically exterminate the Hollows. They ethnically cleanse their own people. Like, yeah, it's very clear that it's taken inspiration from that. Though they also took inspiration from other cultures for Yuha. Like, they took inspiration from some Hebrew stuff to get the designs for like Yuha's for his visuals, what his face looks like, because he looks more Abrahamic than anything else. got him. Maybe if you get some money. No. 4 parts and already doing a DLC. I thought it was interesting that you all can use the Almighty to take tech from futures like guns, robots, and architecture. Keep good. I mean, Bleach is pretty modern. I think people kind of forget that Bleach technically takes place in, like, the 21st century. It's like in the mid-2000s, so they have most modern tech that we have today. I'm gonna come back here once I get more stuff. Also, when I have removed the winds. Of course, as soon as I remove the winds, that's gonna destroy the ice barriers around the area so that I can move around more easily and break and loot chests. But the enemies, the little witch girls, are basically going to get up and attack me, so I'll have more enemies that... Oh man, I shouldn't have let that hit me. Oh, he was trying to go for an Estus drink. On my range is so short. Fuck. It's so annoying. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, there's this invisible freaking ladder here. Okay, only a little bit further to go. I think we have one more bonfire and we should be past the first part of the Lame Lois. We're making good progress. We're only an hour in. Once I get to the bonfire, I will read the chat, so put all your questions in now. Ah, this is the thing that I needed. Ha ha ha. The Eye of the Priestess. Or the Scrying Eye. What is it? Allows me to see the unseen. Perfect. I'll never understand why that random knight dude is just sitting there, waiting for me. Boring Skull, Cryptic Spice. Alright. Well, I meant that he made guns, a modern house of the Quincy's 1,000 years ago using the Almighty site. Are those guys just the superior version of the Crystal Knights for ds1? Probably. Really good use of being able to see the future that most settings don't use. When is it confirmed that he uses the Almighty to build the houses for the Quincy's? I'm assuming they just built them using, like, their spiritual powers or just with, you know, whatever materials that they could find. Because they use spirit energy and the shadow powers to make a space within the shadows, and that's how they made the Von der Reich. Does that mean the bearer of the curse can see Soul Reapers? Not necessarily, because even in the what's it called? Even in like what's it called? Fucking Bleach. Humans that can see souls have an unusually high amount of spirit energy. Even having high amounts of spirit energy is not like you can, if you can see souls, you technically can't just see Soul Reapers. This is kind of established by the manga and sort of as well by the anime, the data books, that like Soul Reapers are not necessarily detectable by people who can just see souls. You need to have like a heightened level of awareness on top of being able to see souls. They're very exclusive. I mean, granted, the bearer of the curse probably, with the amount of souls that he has, could probably see Soul Reapers. I mean, you have at least a million something souls, millions and millions of souls by the time you're done with your first playthrough, so it's probably fair to say he'd be able to see them. I'll just go through here now. Damn it. Why didn't it do the jump? There we go. That whole night. The house used the architecture for modern days. The design for the house was likely taken as a future. It was taking the design for guns, weapons, uniforms, and robots. Not necessarily, because even within the shadows, they basically confirmed that they have data on the Soul Reapers from their various battles, so they've been watching them recently. So it's entirely possible he didn't actually need to use the Almighty. Plus, the anime confirms that the Almighty was actually sealed at the earliest before the 1,000-Year Blood War arc, at the latest after the battle. So before they fled into the shadows of the Von der Reich, before they basically were thought to be completely exterminated, they had already the Almighty had already been sealed away. So, yeah, that he didn't have the Almighty when he was inside the Von der Reich, or at least it was not. It was sealed away, only to be activated when Yuha died. If I recall correctly, there's a guy up here that's pretending to be a barrel. I found you. Estes heals too strong. Let's go. I was wondering if you could see them because of the frozen eye. The frozen eye would just allow you to see, like... I mean, I guess the frozen eye would allow you to see people that are invisible. Yeah. Because you technically can see spirits normally. Like, you can see souls fly off of people's bodies, so... Probably, yeah. I mean, he also just has an enormous amount of souls on his person. And he gets stronger with the amount of souls, so you could probably say that he could see them just because of the amount of, like, spiritual power that he has. Because higher amounts of spiritual power will allow you to eventually see Soul Reapers. Just 1,000 years ago, and the meeting room had a gun, and it was before the First War. The Shikigami Almighty is why he doesn't use it in the battle. It was a modern gun. Yeah, no, I'm aware. So then what you'd be saying is that he'd be using the Almighty before it got sealed. Because, like, yeah, that's entirely possible, but, like, keep in mind, Yuha also had access to knowledge from the future, so he could have just told them what guns were. That, and that the person who had the gun probably... Because keep in mind, most of the Quincy's don't have guns. It's usually only one Sternritter, like Robert, that has a gun. So it's probably the case that Yuha has told them what guns are, and has shared information with them from outside the Von der Reich shadows, which he then gives to some of his soldiers, which they then ascribe down into the Daten. Because Asnot does confirm that all of the information on the Shikais and Bankais, the lieutenants, the captains, and, like, various members of, like, the Resurrections, of, like, the Espadas, and even some of the Fracciones, as well as, like, Eisen's forces, all of that is ascribed into Yuha's Daten. So Yuha has collected data on what's happening. He probably grabbed it before it was sealed, and then afterwards, when he woke up, he just told people what guns were, and he's like, oh yeah, this is a thing that we can use. While we're building up our energy in the Von and Reich, we might as well get somebody that can do this. And then that information was just passed around, and then people actually just built that technology.
This dead city has nothing to offer. Go back.
I don't know what you're talking about, of this dead city having nothing to offer. There is clearly a bone dragon fist here with my name on it. So, You're wrong about that, Elsa. Oh, that was nothing. Whoa, what the hell was that spin around? Wow, they just ripped this soundtrack right out of fucking... They ripped this right out of this game and shamelessly put it into Dark Souls 3. I mean, I'd expect nothing less from the game that copies everything from everything else. That was the easiest run on Ava that I've ever had. I think having bare hands just does... I think the Granite build has the best matchup with Ava. That is weird. I did not think that would be the case. Ever wonder how long the Bearer of Curse could have kept it alive if he were the first to link it? He probably could have kept it alive around the same length of time. Because the flame is kind of like this addictive, like, burn engine. It just burns everything. I don't think the souls necessarily determine how long it burns, because it seems to be the case that, like, 1,000 years, even with Gwyn's soul and his Lord's soul, like, Gwyn should have been more powerful than most of the beings that came before him. Even most of the people who would have become Lords of Cinder. Because he would have just objectively been stronger than the vast majority of people, and he still only burned for 1,000 years. I think, like, it just provides fuel to the flame to make the flame stronger, but it doesn't necessarily increase the flame's length, it just increases its power. Which is kind of stupid if you think about it, it's kind of counterproductive.
To think,
I am me.
This land is barren, cursed by the old chaos. It gave birth to atrocities until our Lord, the Ivory King, came. Mighty, it was with his magnificent soul that he and contained this, but the chaos would not be sated. Inevitably, the king was drained of the Leam Lois. I remain here. Perhaps there is no. I have the mighty. I have, though I. Kind, let me and please.
Yes. Super Cristillo.
Many of a Leam, but not one the king's tutor. But it was the knights of it.
Alright, guys, we have a new quest now. How strong is the first flame in Dark Souls? It's strong enough to at least support the sun. Maybe some stars. Doesn't really seem to support the universe like I initially expected. Because time doesn't really like reset or anything when the flame doesn't burn or anything like that. Let's go here. I need to go repair my stuff. But I had the scrying eye now.
I'll be around.
Go to the outer wall. Feel bad for her, so strong, so kind, and not a bitch like Nishandra. Nishandra was kind of a bitch. Like, what can they do? The first flame can basically restore, like, all life and the cycle of life and death. And can sustain, does seem to be able to sustain the sun, at least. Or something to that extent. From the stars. But beyond that, it's... I mean... Fire... I mean, I guess it is fire and probably hellfire manipulation, because it is stronger than the chaos flame. Which is basically just hellfire. So it can do all that. I'm just going to go ahead and run to my destination. So this could be suicide if I fuck this up. Just leave them at the door because they're all really rude. Okay, it's about to get really nasty over here. Oh no, they left me alone. Wow, you can just run straight through that entire area. I've never actually done that before. Crazy. All the stars, Mangler, give it to the multi-galaxy. Why would that be multi-galaxy? You have to provide some statements for what makes the flame in that range. Cassandra is actually the weakest sister. Is she? Is that ever stated? Why did he just swing randomly? There's another one over there. The bone fist. Damn it. I didn't know they would come down there. It stated like word for word she's the weakest in the guidebook. Oh, in the guidebook. Yeah, I don't have the guidebooks, but I've seen some silly statements from the guidebooks before. Ever Chris Moldy Galaxy because he kept split in light, which totally means all the stars. Totally right, I know that. Yeah. I mean, all the stars... I don't even think all the stars in the universe would be treated as galaxy level. At least by VSB's conditions and calculations. There's nothing like hitting enemies 50 million times in a stun lock, and then bleeding them to death. Oh, they are getting bled. Never mind. They are definitely getting bled right there. Their health is just tanking in the middle of the hits. They just take like 300 damage randomly. It's just kind of hard to see because their bodies are completely blue, and when an enemy gets bled in Dark Souls 2, what happens is that there's a giant, like, red smoke that comes up through their body to indicate that they were just bled. But it's very difficult to see that when their models are completely blue. But if you pay attention to their health and their health damage just kind of spikes, then that kind of indicates that they were bled. Oh, fuck. Not a forlorn. Well, now I know that there's a route that you can actually take to just get through this entire area. Seems that people were just throwing a bitch fit for no reason. About not being able to go through this area, I mean. I haven't even taken any damage. Oh, well, that one hit me. Well, let's try these throwing knives. Oh, fuck! Why did I have the claws out? So stupid. Alright, there we go. Good, reliable Cadus. Punch people. You're the best math pimp? Yes. Alright, I got it. Alright. Whoa. Random fucking sumo spin over here. Yeah, if he could be bled, he would have been bled by now. Let's just focus on... There's important. Alright, I need this to get through the rest of the areas and unlock the knights. Oh, 2 human effigies. I'll take those. Why can't I leave? Oh, that's right, there's a Forlord. I gotta get rid of him. And just kill these people first. Now they're dead. Why am I throwing that over there? Not over here. Got you. Man, I definitely should have gone for heavier armor. I might have to end up changing out the Hades Knight set halfway through this DLC for all the frickin' Twinkling Titanite so I can upgrade my the Dark Knight set. Get out of there! Oh my god! Get over here! Finally. Fucking caught on the wall. There we go. Finally. They're done. Now where's that stupid fucking forlorn? Killed him. Perfect. I know he's here somewhere. And now that I've killed a village's worth of soldiers. Oh, he's all the way over there. Good lord. Well, this is a less than ideal circumstance. Finally. And of course he's got the fucking scythe. I have no healing items. This is so bullshit. I'll have to use life gems because I literally have fucking nothing. And my controller's fucking up. Delicious. Everything's going wrong because this bullshit invader decided to invade literally at the worst possible moment. Stop fucking rolling! God damn. That enemy was annoying as hell. Now I'm gonna go back. Mangler's casting fist. This entire playthrough has been casting fist. And it has been nothing but fisting, fisticuffs, and casting fists. Every time I have a problem, the solution is just punch it in the face. And if that didn't work, then I just didn't punch it hard enough. But now, I have the bone fist. Oh, that is an interesting power stance animation. How much damage does this do? It does A and B scaling. But it's not upgraded yet. Used to enhance hand-to-hand combat, salvage from a malformed creature. Enables one to fight with inhuman strength. This is the very spirit of the bones malicious owner has taken. Oh, nice. I'll still need the Vanquisher seal, but this is a good first step. Now, we need to see if I can bonfire ascetic that to get another one. Because if I can, then we will go get another one. Oh, the Frozen Rangers drop these when summoned. I won't need to. I can just farm those guys. Upgraded to Twinkling Titanite +5 when in power stance. Use the heavy attack to shoot a projectile. Deals high damage and knocks down small humanoid. Power stance strong attack does not deplete the durability of the Vanquisher Steel Ring. Your attack frames give you immense poise that is incredibly hard to break and allows you to combo enemies who try to get into a literal fist fight. Even when it's broken, the scaling is so high it's able to do decent damage. It only loses the base damage, which is broken, which is 20. Are you telling me that I can literally break this weapon? I can break the bones of this very weapon, and I can still do consistent damage? What the heck? What kind of nonsense? That defies all logic. I mean, I'm fine with that, I guess. I'll take that. He doesn't say to be weak, it's just small. But it counts as inhuman strength in Dark Souls. Being able to punch everything. Fortunately, we have 18 Twinkling Titanites, so we're gonna try and give this a spin. See how effective it is. Well, I need to go over there to see if that garrison key opens that location. Because if so, I could just go farm the frozen reindeer. I'm going to go to the Sunken King next, and I'll save the Iron King one for last. And that one, from what I understand, has like a dozen pieces of Twinkling Titanite. It has so many pieces of Twinkling Titanite that you can basically just buy whatever you want. I would realistically only need, I think, about 15 for a set piece. But I'm going to have to check. Why do I have a retainer staff? I do need the Dark Gauntlets equipped. And the rest of the Dark set. Two, three, 4. Yes. Okay, so I literally used 15 Twinkling Titanite pieces. I would need another 15. Now, come to think of it, I don't really think the damage, like fully upgrading it, really did anything for the damage. Because I still have the scaling. I'll probably just not upgrade the next one. Yeah, that might have been a waste of Twinkling Titanite. Oh well, I can always farm more. I can always farm more. I have 53 poise now. So now I just need this, this, and this. And now I have 83 poise plus the poise buffs from the power stancing on this. Whoa! What are these freaking martial... What are these Street Fighter moves they're giving me? What in the world? I did not know the Bone Dragon Fist, or the Bone Fist could do this. It seems a little excessive. Manus fragments of the guide is stated to be minuscule. You'd probably just assume she has the smallest amount of, like, dark energy, then. Hey, you guys are playing kind of early. Hello, man. We are. Well, we've kind of been playing early for the last few streams. Zim goes to college? Yes, he goes to college for a while. He'll, at the earliest, he'll be back by 1 o'clock his time, which will be 4 p.m. my time, which is in roughly 3 hours at the earliest. I think 4 hours at the latest. Any event, we now have a fully upgraded Bone Fist. So we're just going to do more endurance. We need more. I want to have enough endurance to equal what I would be. There we go. Now I've got plenty of throwing knives. I want enough endurance to equal what I would be gaining in terms of stamina with the Dragon Ring. Then when I actually equip the Dragon Ring, I'll be able to punch people for like 50 days. I think I need to go here. Yes. Yo, now is Hokuto no Ken. No, seriously, like, I don't know why, but the Bone Fist in this game, for some reason, just gives you like a Street Fighter outfit. Or Street Fighter moveset. And this is the only weapon where the damage scaling is not that high, even with Twinkling Titanite. Or the base damage with Twinkling Titanite is not that high, but the damage scaling is extremely high. It also does 150% crit damage and 30% like poise, or 30 poise damage. So heavy enemies are going to get staggered. You get extra poise on top of this, combined with the poise that I have right now. I'm basically going to be armoring through enemies. I'm going to be ripping armored enemies to shreds with my bare hands. Well, let's go, buddy. Let's go. Hang on. It's not working. No, why are you stabbing me? What? Okay, that was a cheap fucking combo. Stupid ass bullshit witch over here stabbing me. I'm gonna throw 1,000,000 throwing knives into her forehead for ever daring to get in the way of my battle. But I want to have a one-on-one fisticuff fight. That is my right. And anyone who gets in the way gets to have 50 throwing knives shoved down their mouth. Actually, I'll just fight you over here. Now, how do I do this? Do I two-hand it? Power stance it? No, wait, that's not it. Oh wow, that stagger is crazy. It's a little weird though, because you kind of pull yourself back a little bit. Oh, fuck. It literally has a Hadouken. Hadouken. No, like, I was kidding about that. Like, I just thought we were gonna just do the leg sweeps, because the leg sweeps don't reduce any cost, but you apparently have an actual Hadouken. If I get the Vanquisher Seal, I think the Vanquisher Seal actually removes its... Oh, well, that's good damage. That's like 500 damage on that enemy. And I'm assuming that's magic damage, too, because it looks like a sorcerer... Oh, that is awesome. I'll need more armor, so I'm gonna have to get, like, the dark leggings and the dark mail, which will probably give me another 16 poise. When that happens, I doubt these enemies are going to be able to stagger me any longer. You interrupted my fight earlier. Nothing but throwing knives for you. Yeah, that's what I would be saying too if I interrupted somebody's fight. That weird, awkward scream. Okay, you know, you need to... Oh wait, I need more stamina for that. Okay, I gotta be fighting one-on-one. So I'm gonna have to kill bitch-face McGee over here. Let me see if I can do this. I don't recognize that strong attack, but that could be a lot of damage if I hit somebody with it correctly. So it kind of depends on if I have the Cadus in the right hand and the Bone Fist in the left hand. If the Cadus is in the right hand and the Bone Fist in the left hand, it just results in me stun locking the enemy and doing like massive damage, which I kind of prefer that to doing the moveset until I get the hang of the Bone Fist, because this is my first time using this. So I really have to... I've only seen it like once or twice in PvP. And it is a sight to behold. And it was a guy that had Havel's armor on, and he was just karate chopping his way around the entire, like, arena. It was the silliest thing I've ever seen, but it was also extremely dangerous to me, because I couldn't stagger him. He had so much poise, and he did so much damage, and he also had range attacks. And he could also break any position. I don't know where that attack is supposed to land. Is that fucking... There we go. Oh! Got him. Alright. Oh, there we go. I didn't have enough distance, so I couldn't see it. Nope. Perfect. Ah, yes. I need access to the Frozen Valley so that I can go down there and get the, what's it called? I need the thing. I need another Bone Fist. I need 2 of them. Well, I don't know you, Mangler, but it looks to me like the Bear Curse is the best martial arts fighter between the protagonists. If we go by what the Bone Fist actually has, he technically is. Because he's the only one that actually has some martial arts based on the Bone Fist. Like, he's literally got a Street Fighter moveset. That and power stancing being a thing kind of pretty much means I'm always going to assume ds2 has, like, the best martial artist skills. Because there are no, like, two-handing skills in the later Dark Souls games. Alright, I'll just summon these boys. Get my rusty coins. Ah, my summons got attacked by it. Alright, now we're gonna summon shortly. Oh, god damn it, I sneezed right when he attacked. Fuck. Alright, I just need to get him to drop the bone fist. And I can leave this place. Ah, yes, the worst enemy in the entire game. Not even close. I don't know why people put the reindeer down here when the arrow spamming enemies in fucking the Iron Passage exist. You can just kill these enemies if you have enough damage. Or if you have, like, hexes or fire or literally any magic system that isn't sorcery. Or I guess lightning. Not to mention, these guys can give you the Bone Fist. And shitloads of souls. You can also force them inside the building instead of fighting them in the area, in the frozen area like an idiot. I just went out there to grab souls. But in the Iron Passage, you're locked inside of a passageway and you basically have no way out. You pretty much always have to just, like, get zoned to death in a tight corridor and you have no defense. The frozen reindeer compared to that are fucking a holiday. A day in paradise, I would say. Why is it taking my summon so long to get back here? Oh yeah, you also have a shitload of summons that can soak up the damage for you. Damn it, now I have to kill this fucking thing to save my summon because he's a dipshit. Lovely. Can you please die? Please? There we go.
Morning, Mangler.
Oh, hello.
I spotted last night that you're in the same Discord channel as I am, that new power scaling one.
Yes. I've been there for some time. Alright, now we just pull them in here, and they fight us next to the healing area. And we farm them. What does it mean to take damage if I can just heal back before you get inflicted? It means nothing. I found them easier than the ponies. No way. Even when I ran a new game +7, if you abuse items, it's not that bothersome. Also, I don't run NPC summons as I find them more annoying than helpful. I can understand that if, like, you wanted to keep track of them, but, like, there's no scenario where having 2 meat shields is more annoying than helpful. It's more of a fact that the ponies exist in an area that's very hard to see, especially if you happen to aggro one of them, more than one of them accent. There's actually a strategy to not aggroing them. So when you go through the area, when the mist actually happens within the first few buildings, when the mist starts, stop moving. Do not keep moving. If you start moving in the mist, that's what summons them to your position. Because I've done things where I just don't, like, move, and even when they do summon, only one of them shows up. And you can just run away, let the summon soak up the damage, and then wait for them to come to your position. Eventually they will pull themselves off of the reindeers. trying to see if I can summon a reindeer. Come on, boys. I want to summon one of them to my position. Like near the building, but it's kind of hard to do near the building because you need to get them near you. I'm only doing this because I want another Bone Fist and I'm not going to bonfire acidic that area. Oh. Did I get one? I think I got one. No, no. See, even then, like, you can move around the blizzard a bunch. As long as you're near the buildings, you're basically fine. Because they won't spawn. Would have been helpful if I had my Dark Soul substitute. You still have to fight the 2 invisible tigers, do you? They're not invisible, though. Wait. When you went to fight them, did you have the scrying eye? Because you're supposed to get the eye of the priestess on your way there. You get it on your way to fight Alba. So if you didn't get the... If you didn't get that... Well, actually, how would they have been invisible? They're literally black. They're covered in dark energy. It's actually very difficult not to see them because their color palette is contrasted against the ice of the arena. Not to mention, you can also banish the 3 summons before you get there if you don't want to use them. Or, if you want to, you can run into the area with 3 summons. One of your summons is a healer, so she'll auto-heal the rest of your summons, because you'll have Manhunter O'Hara, you'll have Abyss Fiva, and you will have Vengarl. So you have a tank, you have an archer, and you have a medic. Kind of like the perfect setup. Oh my god, it's Kyle. Hey, Kyle. Hello, Kyle. They're saying hello.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm just going through some DS2. Currently in the Alayam Lois DLC, and I'm trying to get another fist. Because I found out that this fist does like the highest amount of damage out of any melee weapon. And it's also like fucking... It gives me a Street Fighter moveset.
Well, I don't know if you've heard this, but there are some people in the Versus community who are trying to play Death of the Author for Kubo's statement that the Thousand Year Blood War anime is the new main canon.
Did he actually say that directly?
So it's pretty much implied he's basically fixing everything.
Okay, so you're asserting it because he's involved. I mean, I would agree. I just want people to understand the difference between how, like, higher canon, lower canon works. Because higher canon, lower canon is applicable when you have, like, a conflict. And usually when you only have one source material, which in this case we do. We have one manga version of the Thousand Years Blood War arc, and we have one anime version. Hang on. I gotta deal with these.
But it's actually quite weird, because it's only due to the recent statements that have come out in the anime that they've decided that they don't want to use it anymore.
Oh, what, is it the Squad Zero statements where they're like, yeah, even the slightest shaking of the slightest release of our power. And I'm like, oh, that's funny. How convenient that you want to go with the manga version, which doesn't have the fights at all. How convenient. Okay, these guys are not dropping the stuff that I wanted. Let me see if maybe I'm doing something wrong. It says that they're supposed to. Dude, we're gonna get more statements. I don't even as it goes along. Like, this is only the beginning. If they think this is bad, it's gonna get worse. When we're gonna get more statements, in like, where the hell is the? Oh my god! I'm this close to losing my shit. Is this? Fuck. Here we go. A frozen reindeer. Ah, they're weak to strike damage. Perfect. I love how the wiki says the player generally can't anticipate from where they will attack. It's like they only spawn when the blizzard picks up and you start moving, and you're also away from the buildings. So it's not that they will attack whenever the blizzard is active at all times. They will attack if you're in the blizzard, you're away from the buildings, and you're also moving. Those three conditions have to be fulfilled. Which means if you know what you're doing, you can technically go through the first two sections, which is like, I want to say like 50% of the frozen areas without seeing a single reindeer. Okay, nobody tells me. It does not tell me what the drop rate is for the bone fists. Okay, well, whatever. Fuck it. We're doing this. You try power stancing. Guts is GS. No. Snow ponies always win. They always prevail. How did it feel to lose, Kyle? How did it feel to lose to a bunch of birds? I don't know what he's talking about. I'll respond.
Neither do I. If you're talking about the Emu War, I wasn't involved, but how did it feel to lose Nam and in Afghanistan?
That was
how did it feel to lose to a bunch?
Said, so he's not from America, so that means nothing to him. He's from Norwegian or something, so you're gonna have to come up with an insult related to that country.
How does it feel that your most famous person is the Swedish chef? even though that's not Norwegian, everyone still thinks it is.
So, sounds to me like they're buying huge shares of copium. Yeah, that's kind of what happens when an anime comes along and then gives everything that fans want, and then, like, some people who are quote-unquote fans are just like, no, I don't like that. Like, guys, we're only halfway done with the 1,000-Year Blood War arc anime. We're halfway done. If you're pissing and moaning now, just wait until we get to the end when Yuha absorbs the Mimihage. Imagine how bad it's gonna be when he states he's gonna destroy the 3 worlds.
Nah, just wait until my boy Joe comes back and he actually gets like some proper treatment.
I mean, it's already bad enough because they confirmed that the eyes of the Almighty will not see the Soul King. So they basically confirmed the most powerful ability of the Shrifts does not work on the Soul King. So you can just argue the Soul King is not affected by the abilities of any of the Shrifts. Which means you end up giving him resistances to a fuck ton of abilities. Like a ridiculous amount of abilities. Oh, that's what you're finding. Bone Fist is a fun PvP weapon to use. Nice moveset. Yes, it is. Gordon Ramsay? Yes, I believe he's referring to Gordon Ramsay when he is talking about the Swedish Chef.
That's British, and also it's from the Muppets, you uncultured swines.
Oh. Apparently it's from the Muppets. Why the hell is she casting? God. Let me... There we go. Pretty sure the most famous person we had was MJ. Oh, Kyle, how dare you say something like that to me? Mangler Bonefist can only be gotten from reindeer just by white phantoms. I don't think so. Hang on. It says frozen reindeers drop these when summoned. Rare drop. Okay, so it's just difficult to get their hands on. If not, I can just bonfire Acidic the outer wall bonfire. It's no real biggie. Wait, where the hell did I leave my souls? Oh yeah, that's right, I left them over there. Now you for sure can farm them because I'm pretty sure the drop rate is super low. It is. I have max items on right now. At least for the most part. I don't put prisoner tatters on because prisoner tatters don't contribute more than like 10 points. They're actually pretty trash. The most optimal build is the Watch Dragon Pharma, the Covetous Silver Serpent Ring, and the Justice Cap. I'm going to go right over here and just stay here. Oh. The main problem in this area is the loot and the stray hollows, not so much of the frozen reindeer. Because it aggroes your allies. What the hell? Oh my... Yep, you know, I should have fucking got... I should have gone and fucking got a small yellow burst. I don't know why I came out here without, like, lightning defense. I don't know what I was expecting to happen. I have, like, none. Okay, well, that's fine. I got plenty of souls in reserve. I'll just go buy a bunch of those. Maybe get some small golden birds. Nah, I'm right. I don't think you are, Demon. Let's go get some yellow birds.
I'm always.
Lively.
Off to the expulsion chamber. I think the best solution after I do this and then get this bone dragon, or I keep saying bone dragon, but the bone fist, I will go and unlock the rest of the Alea Moist Knight, and then probably I think I'll, well, maybe I'll quit for the day, at least for ds2, which probably will take me another hour or so, and I'll just play the new Yu-Gi-Oh events and then play some like other fucking like games, because I want to get the actual Vanquisher seal, which I'm gonna have to do offline. I literally cannot do it online, so that kind of sucks. But I can't. I literally can't farm it on stream. Just kind of trash. Soul of Cinders is the creation of the Bear of the Curse before he went to get milk. You telling me the Bear of the Curse is a deadbeat dad? Is that what you're saying, Pen Demons? Oh, you can spawn them near the wall like this. Perfect. What the hell? He wasn't even facing me. Why is there a hitbox behind this mask? Why is forward? This makes sense. I literally can't get out of there. I hate that the rush attack can still damage you even if you evade. That's got to be one of the only instances in this game, the few instances in this game where I felt like that hitbox is active for way too long. Because that would hit people even with like comparable iframes in later games. Actually, wait, no, it wouldn't, because DS3 has a really dumb iframe system. Reddit just lost 40,000 souls. Delicious. I think I can see the reindeer. Activate. There we go. 6 and all. It's such a good feature to those who don't want to go through a whole playthrough.
Yes.
Yeah. It's also really good for just early game farming to set up for late game setups and special playthroughs, hardcore runs. They're basically good for everything. Well, the Bonfire 6 are one of the best mechanics in the Soul series. As is power stancing, as is, like... Well, there's a few other ones, but... Those are the main ones. I should have made a return. Yeah, I'm not really getting any drops from these idiots. Hang on. I missed. Wish that stupid bitch would cast fucking... What's it called? Sword Oath. Or Sacred Oath. When she's supposed to. When I'm around, so I can get the buff. I literally almost hit you. What the fuck? Okay, that's it. Kill him. Kill him. Oh my god, fucking kill him. The stupid ass NPC summon over here. And she just healed. Perfect. I just wasted another heal. That's delicious. There we go. There we go. Now he's done, finally. Well, that was rather annoying. That I didn't get a single bone fist out of it. I don't know how it will be implemented in Elden Ring though, since it's not zone-based. I'm not sure. But it definitely could have been in DS3. Did that guy just reflect that fucking lightning? Oh my god. Oh, okay, I have no more. We're gonna have to bail. Hey, you know what? I will just, I will literally just go to the Outer Wall Bonfire and Bonfire Aesthetic. I'll make sure I loot everything first. Then I'll go grab another Bone Fist. Where is the Outer Wall? Oh, this one? If I Bonfire Acidic the Outer Wall, that's gonna bring back Ava. I don't know if I'm ready for that. And I guess killing her wouldn't be that difficult. Wait. Actually, I'm pretty sure I've looted everything here. I just have to check, though. Yeah, I think I have looted everything here. Alright, well, wait, actually, there is that one area that I didn't loot. Let me go get that real quick. Because every enemy here is going to get buffed if I do a bonfire aesthetic, and I'm going to have to run through all of them before I can get to the area where the bone fist is. I will get extra loot, but it's probably not loot that's worth the price of a bonfire aesthetic. I'm really just doing this for the bone fist. Why is she like stuck in the floor? I just have to check to make sure there isn't anything that I haven't looted before I bonfire aesthetic this location. Alright man, you guys having fun? Well, hello then. Hello Reggie. I mean, when someone asks you this, ask him how the realms exist in the same place and still exist on same different dimensions of different planes of existence and also have different time flow. It's confusing. It's actually pretty simple. It's never stated they have different time flow. Mimir just states that time doesn't. What he says is that time doesn't move the same between the realms, especially where the spirit realm is concerned. Alfheim time feels slower than this. Like what he specifically gives an example of is that his perception of time feels different. I don't know. Oh, that actually had an iframe. Holy shit! I should have just waited that one out. Give me a sec. I gotta deal with a lot of fucking enemies. I completely forgot that I didn't run through all of them, so I could have just killed every single one of them there and been fine. Or just killed them one at a time. So, for the first one, how can the realms exist in the same place and still exist on the same different planes of existence? Well, first of all, you can have something exist on a different plane but still be within the same spatial dimension. That is entirely possible. It just means it's not normally accessible. Like, a good example of this is, what's it fucking called, in Supernatural, where angels and demons, as shown by like season 6, can basically go to a different plane of existence where they're completely and totally invisible to humans, but they're still walking around in the same physical dimension. But like they can literally see you, and they still exist there. It doesn't mean like because they can no longer be interacted with that they're suddenly within like a different universe or something, or that even that space is a different flow of time or a different space entirely. No, you're like, why are you fisting, bro? I didn't know you were into that. Because apparently that's all this build is good for. Is fisting. Currently trying to get another fist so I can continue my fisting crusade.
There's no amount of phrasing that's going to save that.
No. These are the words of someone who is not engaged in the art of fisting. It would make so much more sense to you if you just played Dark Souls 2. Oh. He asked how about the planes of existence. I just explained that. Like, I just explained that. Something being on a different plane of existence doesn't equate to different flow of time, different space. It just means that you are not normally interactable via a person. Freya literally states all realms exist in the same physical space, just on different planes of existence, like mirrors of one another. I don't know how much more clear she could have been. They're not in separated dimensions of space.
Well, if you want, like another good example, use how the dwarves travel the realms.
Or use Purgatory for Bayonetta. A good example of this. Like, you can literally see people in Purgatory. You can see people in the human world and the realm of chaos from Purgatory. Even though Purgatory is stated to be a different universe, is overlapping the exact same space. Even though it exists between different realms, it overlaps the exact same space. Like, this isn't rocket science. There's not some deeper answer here. You just go with the explanation that's given and move on with your day. Stop trying to find some, like, hidden meaning behind, like, what does Freya mean when she says they're on the same space but in different planes of existence? She means exactly what that means and nothing else. It's not code. It's not an encrypted message for some other meaning. It's what it means and nothing else. It's like when the God of War directors state that things are separated by geography. They just mean physical borders and areas of the planet. They don't mean geography, quotation marks, separate universes encased in like a time-space bubble and barrier. That's not what they mean. They just mean what geography means. Damn, never seen someone fist so hard. You have clearly not seen any unarmed builds in this game. Is that the Australian? That is the Kyle, yes. The one and only Australian. There are no other Australians in the world. Just this one. The last of his kind. Or Lembo from DMC. Oh yeah, no, Lembo from DMC. So, sorry, Kyle, what did you say?
I am the only best Australian scaler.
He basically said, so basically metaphysics, what the fuck does metaphysics have to do with anything? Where did you get metaphysics? Where did that come from? I should really put on the Ring of Giants. There we go. Alright, so I have checked everything. I believe I've killed everyone. Wait, no, there's one more location. I have to farm some... Well, actually I don't have to farm, I just have to... open some chests. I should be good. Oh yeah, there's like this useless bell helm. And to support your point, even Sindri said the same thing. He said they all exist in the same place and he managed to move between them. Yeah, because there's just like... They just... Like, the reason that they're not really accessible to people normally is because of the light of Alfheim. Like,
Also,
Freya flat out says they're separated only by the Bifrost light of Alfheim. They are not separated by a dimension of space or time. And you can't assert that they are, or that they're not, that the Norse don't know what that is, because the Norse also seem to assert that there's a different perception of time based on how it moves between the realms. So the Norse are aware of what the Bifrost light does. You can't claim that they're ignorant of at least this. They're ignorant of many things, but not of how the Bifrost light works. Go ahead, Kyle. Sorry.
Well, it gets even worse. Like the dwarves example, because they can go between dimensions and you can still hear them. I think it's also like heavily implied that that like the dragons can still see them. Realms.
Oh yeah, Limbo does count. Yes, yeah. Limbo from the DMC reboot also counts. Technically, you can also use the Realm of Shadows from Darksiders. There's an example in like every main hack and slash between like God of War, Darksiders, DMC, and Bayonetta of a universe that is flat out stated to be another universe that directly interacts with the same space, that occupies the same space. And in most cases, it's even referred to as a different realm or a different universe. Limbo is flat out confirmed to be another universe, and it overlaps the main space. You experience all of the same things at the same time that the people in like the main human world of the DMC reboot experience, that everyone in Limbo would experience. You're perceiving them all at the same time, even though it's flat out stated to be in another universe. So again, being in another universe doesn't necessarily equate to being, like, different flows of time or space. It's just that you would never assume another universe has the same flow of time or space, because most universes are generally temporally and spatially separated, because they're usually presented in the context of a multiverse. But there are exceptions to that. There are examples where a universe can be overlapped with another one, where they share the same qualities. This happens all the time. I just gave like 4 different examples of it. I could probably go and find more if I really wanted to. The realms of the Shadow Realm, the Land of Shadows, in Darksiders, does the same thing. Like, you go into the Realm of Shadows in Darksiders 1, and you're literally walking around in the same physical space. You're just interacting with objects that people can't normally see. You're just on a different plane of existence. That's not true. There is a cutscene similar to the Killzone Shadowfall ending that Frey has been in contact with Odin all this time through a hidden smartphone that sends you into the Matrix. Oh, my bad. Yeah, no, I should have realized that when I played through Ragnarok, or when someone played through Ragnarok, and when I watched 18 hours worth of footage, I should have realized that. We missed one, Kyle.
That's my B. That's my B.
Yeah. Got him. That's the hidden smartphone. It gets you every time. What is this? Sorcerer's Twin Blade. Roseverns. Yeah, okay, so this is pretty much everything. We are now going to Bonfire Acidic, the Outer Wall. Rest in peace to my life. I just wanted the Bone Fist. Is this the price I have to pay for power? Actually, let me go get some more endurance. A true separate universe, for example, would be Sonic's universe, Soul Universe, where Blaze Cat lived. Nobody knows Sonic, so you wouldn't get it. Yeah, no, I wouldn't. Funny how even Freya wanted to trick Kratos through coded language with Odin, it'd still be valid because Odin is a pathological liar, would probably lie to both. I don't think Kratos even knows any coded language, though. He's never been in a position where he would have needed to know something like that. Not to mention, you would kind of have to give him a reason to talk in coded language. I don't think he's ever had a time where he's like, man, I really need to speak in tongues or something like that.
What we know about
actually,
him, what we know about him, that would probably piss him off.
yeah, he prefers to be very blatant and direct with his language. You can actually see Ava from outside the boss room. That's kind of cool. It's also a lot easier to see her when there's no wind. Surprise, surprise. Alright. Even with a bonfire acidic, you guys are still trash. Everyone just speaks English for some reason. I mean, technically, Kratos can actually speak Greek. It's just that, you know, they're going to be
Technically,
speaking English so that you can understand what they're saying.
Technically, in lore, if game's lore accurate. During the Greek saga,
Yeah.
he'd be speaking Greek, but during the Norse saga, he actually learned how to speak. Would be Norwegian?
Yeah, just something like that. Because he'd be from Scandinavia, so it'd probably be Norwegian. I was gonna say Swedish, but that didn't sound right. Wouldn't be English for sure, because Mimir is from, like, the Celtic pantheon. So he should be speaking English, if anything.
No, back then, the Celts had their own language. It wasn't until the Britannians came over and actually, like, started to take over.
Well, when I say English, I mean, like, you know, old English. Because there were still some variations of that back then. Well, you're probably right. They probably were not all the way incorporated into their language. It also kind of depends on when you think the pantheons are happening in the timeline. Because we do have some dates for when the Greek pantheon stuff is happening based on, like, the invasion of Persia by in the events of Chains of Olympus. I think that number's somewhere in like the 450 BC. Corey did basically say that he took most of the visual inspiration and a lot of that stuff for what we're seeing in God of War 4 comes from like the pre-migration era. So you could also put the Norse pantheon somewhere in there, potentially. It's kind of hard to find an actual time sometimes because it might conflict with the years depending on what visuals they want to present in the game, based on their artistic choices. So Kyle, have you come to the conclusion of my crossover preference? Kyle Reggie is asking you about crossovers, apparently.
If that's about the protagonist swap about like Cole and Alex swapping places, I don't know. I'll think about it. I just need to get these couple of videos out first before I start thinking about that.
A modern God of War modern day God of War be like? Probably just like really, really, really like old religions that are still have a major influence today. So probably be something like Christianity, Judaism based, maybe Buddhist based, or maybe Islamic based. Those are the only major religions that are around nowadays. At least that have like major prominence and political power. So it would have to be something around that. But they'd never do something like that because that would just offend the masses. As from their beliefs, though, as are their beliefs, though they both have druids. Full as Alex swap seemed interesting. I totally forgot that there were two phantoms in DMC2. There were two phantoms in DMC2. I thought both were the same from DMC1. Yes and no. Because the Phantom that shows up in Mission 14 is directly confirmed to be from DMC1, so he's the one that shows up to Malay Island to fight Dante. But the one on Argosax's body has technically already been there for a while. Because Argosax has been sealed away for like 300 years at this point. This. Alright. Bone Fist is over here. Yes. We have achieved our goals. Oh, my controller batteries are low. Oh no. Well, better get those replaced. Give me just a sec. Let's see. I think these ones are charged. was referring to the one that Lucia fights. Dante fights one, and Lucia fights one as well. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure Lucia's just playing through like a lot of Dante's missions, technically. Like, it's just the same mission, like, it's not a unique mission. What's this? Oh, there's a Warrior of Sunlight here. Oh, buddy. Oh, they do basically the same amount of damage. Alright, guys, I've got my 2 Bone Dragon Fists. Or my Bone Fists, sorry. I keep calling them Bone Dragon Fists. They're not Bone Dragon Fists. They're just Bone Fists.
I'll be around.
Alright, let's go fight Alva now. Since we spawned her again, we have to kill her. They're both trapped in the past, present, and future, so it could be that we just have another human world and alternate timeline coexisting, or that Argus actually yanked another phantom from one. It would just be another phantom that was yanked. I'm just telling you that, like, that's not a unique mission for Lucia. It's the same mission. It's exactly the same mission. Like, Lucia has unique missions with unique bosses, but that's not a unique mission with a unique boss. It's just Dante's mission. And technically, based on, well, I mean, I guess based on the forces of darkness, I guess it probably would be Argus X, but it technically could be other demons. Oh, bro, you can put fire resin on this? That's crazy. Alright, let's go. Let's go, Ava. Oh, Ava looks a lot better when I can actually see her. Damn it. Damn it. Okay, she's gonna 3-shot me. Damn it. You can buff the Bone Dragon Fist? What the f- Yeah, no. Oh, it's not the Bone Dragon Fist for that. It's the Bone Fist. I don't know why I keep calling it the Bone Dragon Fist. I don't think it's made from dragon bone. Well, actually, technically it probably is. It's still called the Bone Fist. I don't know if you can buff it with magic spells, but you can buff it with pine resins. The 2 paths can just coexist, or it's just a time paradox. Well, what's this? No, I don't need that. OSD sounds the same as Pontiff's Soul. Pontiff's one. DS1 is one that you make from now on Golem's 4. Yeah, because they just stole the soundtrack from this boss fight and put it into DS3. They didn't even make a new one. But to be fair, they stole almost all the soundtracks and assets and stuff from DS2's DLC to make a base Dark Souls 3. Why am I not hitting him? Okay, I don't think this is really built for the bosses. Yeah, alright, I'm gonna have to do the Cadis Power Fist to kill her. Because the Bone Fist is not great for an enemy that's as fast as Ava is. Because Ava is too freaking fast. She's too quick. Majin DT is called Desperate DT as an alternate name. Could Argosax have caused it? Argosax have caused what? Majin form to appear? I mean, Majin form is just a power that is just technically like a power of like Sparta's blood. Technically. I mean, yeah, Dante uses it against Argosax, but like it's a power he's had within his soul. He just doesn't really bring it out unless he's like on the verge of death. Or unless he pulls something out of his... Unless he rips the power directly from his physiology, which he did do in 3's manga. Oh my god, what the hell? Okay, something's wrong with Ava's boss fight right now. She's doing instant turnaround bullshit. I didn't know she was a fighting game character, but she's basically spinning herself around on a 360-degree angle. And that is really pissing me off. Let me see if I can remedy that. I gotta go for my exotic shotgun in Destiny. 4 boss clears and nothing. Rip. Couldn't you argue despair was slowly consuming him is what I'm implying, so that it forced him to appear? No. Because despair just stabbed him once and threw him across the room. We don't really have like we just have Trinity of Fates, and there's nothing that implies like he was just eating him away. He just got stabbed, he was put on death's doorstep, and Dante's like, alright, well, I better go full power, because if I don't, I'm gonna die. And then he did. That's it. We don't really have any other statements or anything about the fight, so... Whoa. Whoa, whoa. Let go. Just heal real quick. I've literally rolled. Okay, oh, fucking. Yeah, this. I don't know why. It's just so much harder to fight her now, even though she has the exact same moveset, so I should be able to dodge her just the same. She's really fucking ticking me off. I killed her earlier. Granted, I was doing roughly the same amount of damage. She's doing more damage to me now than she was doing before. But, like, I still was able to dodge her pretty easily. The question, why didn't Dante use Majin form during DMC5 other than Capcom forgetting? Because it wouldn't have done anything? Like, you understand that Urizen is Virgil's Majin form, right? Like, that is 100% of his demonic power. So if Dante went Majin form, that literally would have done nothing, because Urizen was already that strong, and then he also got more human blood on top of that. He was more powerful than Dante was to begin with. Plus, Dante has to be put in a near-death circumstance to activate Majin form, so if you can just incapacitate Dante, you can dodge Majin form's activation conditions. So it's not that Dante forgot, or Capcom forgot. Capcom knows about Majin form. They know how it works, and Mitsuna knows how it works. He specifically wrote that fight so that that form wouldn't come out. He wrote that fight so that he could demonstrate how powerful Urizen was, and even if it did, you could just argue Urizen would have beaten Majin form Dante. Granted, he would have had to actually output a lot more power to beat Majin form Dante. But he could have also just outlasted Majin form Dante, because as soon as that transformation basically ended, Dante just loses the fight. So it's not really like Majin form isn't really the game changer that everybody thinks it is. It's a hyper specific thing that happens if you're on the verge of death. That's the only reason it activated when he was fighting Argosax. Oh, man. I need to eat some food. I'm hungry. Oh, now I remember why I'm dying. Yeah, when he spins around, I gotta go the opposite direction. Damn it. Wow. She literally was waiting for me to get up. That's so bullshit. I hate how fast Alba is. It pisses me off so much. This boss should not be that quick. You being hungry makes me hungry. That's a little weird. but understandable. I have been told that my hunger is contagious, though I'm not sure how that's possible. I don't really talk about food that much. I just declare that I'm hungry, and then other people are like, you know what, I'm hungry too. Which just makes me seem like they were waiting for someone else to give them an excuse to get up and eat something. It wasn't even that I said, like, man, look at this delicious meal with all these sides, and how wonderfully healthy it is, how little carbs, and it's just perfectly optimal, and the taste is exquisite. I was just like, no, I'm hungry. Everyone else is like, wow, that's what a perfectly good time to eat a meal. All right. I'm gonna have to poke this. Oh my god! I should have rolled out of that one. Why do I keep exposing myself? This damage is. Oh wow. Fucking. Alright, fuck Ava. I'll come back and kill her later. I've already beaten her. This is a bonfire acidic version of her. I just didn't want to leave her here, but I could always just come back and kill her anyway. It's fine. I'm gonna go get my souls, though. Reminds me of Patrick eating at 3 a.m. for some reason. Oh, yeah. I always assume Majin Virgil versus Majin Dante would be like Odin stabbing Thor all over again, hence Dante would win. I mean, the last time Virgil stabbed Dante to get a transformation, it just gave him Devil Trigger. But Virgil could just still Devil Trigger over him and just keep beating him. Like, Virgil still had more steam in the engine. Good morning. I fell asleep. Good morning. I think we have this location. I need to get food, so we're gonna do that. I'll be right back. Please leave your questions in the chat below. I'll be back to answer them. I have returned some milk and some sandwiches.
Welcome back.
Last time I was awake, you were doing reindeer fighting. I was. And now I have my bone fist. Where he at? Well, I was somewhere else, but now I'm here. I'm here, and I'm ready to punch things in the face, as I've been doing this entire playthrough. Well, I'm kind of thinking maybe I should just go to the giant lord and farm him twice. Take all of his souls and then just drop them into strength. And then once my strength finally dies out, oh, like 60 or whatever, when the hard cap hits in, I'll just dump into Dex. Whew. Man, I feel a lot better now. I am refreshed and restored. Ready to fight some people in some fisticuffs. Let's do this. Double bone dragon fist. Throwing knives, of course. Oh no, there's a lot more enemies down here now. Crap. Oh, there's a mimic right there. Lovely. Oh no, that awakened the golem. No, let go, let go. He just stole my souls. No. I don't get them back? What the hell? That's silly. Y'all have Mortal Kombat 1? No, I do not. Ooh, more Twinkling Titanite. I can appreciate that. It is really weird that a weapon does not need to be upgraded to receive its like full potential here. Jesus, that damage is ridiculous. Holy crap. Maybe it does more damage because they have 2 Bone Dragon Fists. Or Bone Fists. Fuck. Why do I keep saying Bone Dragon? DMC4 Nero stronger than DMC 5 Dante? Or DMC4 Dante? Probably. Dante says he thinks Nero is stronger than him after he finishes defeating an enemy that he admits he can't defeat with all manner of attacks, so I think that's pretty indicative of that. Agnes also claims Nero has more power than Dante does, that he just didn't know how to use it. And when he fights Dante halfway through the game, Dante is basically like breathing hard at the fact of having to fight him, and he says he hasn't really had to try in a very long time until he fought Nero. So it's pretty indicative of the fact that, you know, Nero it's pretty clear that Nero definitely at least scales him and has multiple statements that he is stronger than Dante. And Dante also crushed the Savior. Nero also crushed the Savior without using his Devil Trigger state. He just used it with like a really big Bring Your Own. What is it? Nothing like a Hadouken. Who fucking dares? These worthless maggots keep interrupting my fight. Every single time. Never fails. Let me open this quickly. Oh, he can hit me in the middle of the... No. I didn't have any Estus left. But I wasn't checking. Okay, that does like no damage. There we go. Okay, that's some actual damage. What the hell? Where was that damage before? That was what I needed. Mangler, is there any statement for Insuno greenlighting the official translation? What official translation of what? So Mangler never. Fury is faster than DMC3 Dante? No. I think the Yamato gave Nero a huge boost in power. Not for his feats. Not for his feats involving the Savior. All the Yamato does is it, like, while it does make him stronger, because it keeps giving him more power, the Yamato primarily gives him power because it works as a medium. It just pulls the Devil Trigger power that's already in his body outside of his body. That couldn't have been made more abundantly clear by his description, which states that you unleash the latent power within Yamato to unleash the devil within Nero. So the reason you're using a tremendous amount of power from Yamato is that you're trying to force the Devil Trigger out of Nero's body because he's not activating it normally during the events of DMC4. We should already assume that if the Yamato has to do that, if you already think Yamato is using a tremendous amount of power and that's why he should scale to Dante, you just conceded that Nero's Devil Trigger is comparable to the level of power that Yamato is bringing to the table, because Yamato needs that much power to wake his Devil Trigger up. Sorry, what were you saying, Balrog? Balrog, you were saying something, I interrupted you. Well, never mind then. Is there a statement for Insuno greenlighting the official translation of DMC3? DMC3 what? Like the manga, the game? What are you referring to? What exactly are you talking about? Game. Insuno directs the games in general. So you'd have to somehow demonstrate that he'd not be behind the official translations. Like, no, that would just be something we would assume. We would automatically assume he's behind the official translation for the games, because he's the director of the DMC games in general. Like, whenever you hear the voice actors talking about auditioning for the roles, or having to do things with the characters of lines, they always have to approach Insuno about it, even though they're directly promoting the English release. So Insuno has a final say in what goes over the English release. So it's not like unless someone can provide me an example of a second director that handles like the English release, Insuno would be the one handling it. Because there is no such evidence, and you don't need an official statement for him handling the official translation. He is the director of the DMC series. He would be handling the official translations. This would be like saying I need some evidence that like the handyman is skilled in repairs with his like I don't know, with like fucking. Like an electrician is skilled with repairing like the outlets of like wall outlets in a house. That you would automatically assume that. That's kind of intuitive of the job. That's indicative of the circumstances that the person is surrounding themselves with. I have a plan, you will like it. Is there at least a statement for DMC being a Western-focused audience game? I have statements that DMC 3 was specifically intended to be a game for the Japanese, and that the DMC games are intended to be in Eastern Europe, or in Europe in general. So I have enough evidence to indicate that the game series in general was intended for a Western audience. You can also argue that with the theme songs, because the theme songs are not produced in Japan, or they're not produced for Japan.
What I was also going to say as well, whenever like games intended for the Japanese release a trailer, they usually have it in, like dubbed in Japanese, but all Devil May Cry media has basically been produced in English.
Yep, it's all been officially produced in English. Their theme songs for the characters are officially produced in English. I have statements for when they started promoting the 360, when they started promoting Devil May Cry 4 for the 360, that Nero was intended for a Western audience, that he was intended to appeal to overseas market. Virgil specifically did not have to be changed for the purposes of an appeal. This is actually Bingo that talks about this, because he directly talks about they were concerned about having to appeal some of their characters overseas to a broader market, but that never really worked out with Virgil, because everybody just loved Virgil. So like Virgil was intended with like an appeal to the Japanese audience. That's why his design works that way, and Dante did not have to be adapted that way. Oh no, Mangler's fighting localizations? No, I'm just clarifying something. Our Lord and Savior, Matt Walker. The heck? If you two-hand with a bone fist, you can uppercut? Yes. Yes, I can. I mean, would it matter that the Savior Nero fought was the false Savior versus the opposite to Dante having to fight the Savior with Nero and the sword? It actually wouldn't, because Dante concedes even with all manner of attacks he can't defeat the false Savior. Even though he's been chipping away at his outer shell. He literally states that after Nero had been freed, he'd been trying to destroy the Savior. So while Nero's inside of it and is fighting Sanctus, he is actively trying to destroy the Savior, because he's convinced Nero's going to be okay, and he's been trying to do it, or at least he had hoped he could do it. He had tried all manner of attacks on it, but all he had done was chip away at its outer shell little by little. So he openly admits and concedes everything he has tried in his arsenal has not worked to destroy the Savior. So that is after he already attempted a Gilgamesh Real Impact on its foot, and all it did was break the bottom of its foot. It didn't even damage the rest of the leg or most of the body. So his strongest attacks that already scale above his base, because Gilgamesh attacks are well above his base, don't really do anything to inconvenience the Savior in terms of real damage. For him to have to do actual damage, he would have had to hit him with that Gilgamesh Real Impact so many more times. And all it really did was just mess with the sole of his foot. That's such a small portion of the body. Whereas Nero grabbed his face and destroyed it with a single attack, and destroyed the entire construct. So it kind of does matter. I live in Italy, I can definitely tell DMC4 is dedicated to Western nations, as Dante is supposed to be inspired to Dante Alighieri. DMC3 is all that matters due to the Samsara space wise. Well, DMC3 is stated to be a game that was meant for the Japanese because of statements related to ladies' attire and her Japanese just her outfit. Because the reason she was given that outfit was that Japanese schoolgirls are apparently popular in the media with the Japanese audience. There's a bunch of statements in 3142's graphic arts where it's the specific type of apparel is very visually apparent. It's very easy to recognize. It's popular. It's commonplace among the Japanese, and that was some of the inspiration that was taken for ladies' attire. But they don't say the lore or anything else. Like they're just using lady as an example. By the fact that they specifically had to point out that DMC3 is made for the Japanese, you could just argue that most of the DMC games are not. Not just that, and the fact that their setting is intended to take place in Europe. The official translations are presented in English. The official marketing and localization is presented in English. When the VAs have to get permission to change the project, they have to get them from the Japanese director for the English version. And there is no English director. There's just again, one director for everything. I'm gonna go now by later 15. And so overall, it seems pretty clear that the localizations are clearly intended to be the official translation. They are the main way by which you are supposed to consume DMC media. I mean, I don't know why you don't just go to them and just say the Samsara confirms. What exactly are you trying to argue, Ezio? Because I feel like I know what you're trying to argue, but I also don't. Because you haven't really said it. You seem to be cooking something. It is criminal that DSV still has Savior at star level. For reals, it is criminal that the Savior is not at least Demon King level. He has direct feats of contesting Dante. Even when they get the Sparta out of him.
It's criminal that he's not at least universal.
Dude, he's literally got multiple different recreated spaces inside of his body in different dimensions. And then he's also, has some of the best feats of contesting Dante in the series. Dante makes multiple different types of contextual statements for how fucked he is when he's fighting the Savior. He's like, oh, I've never had, a situation that's this bad in my entire devil hunting career. Or, well, he's been like, oh, that's bad. And it's Dante's been in a lot of positions in his devil hunting career, but rarely does he ever state it. And he meant it. And VSB was like, yeah, no, Savior doesn't scale to anything. I'm like, no, fuck out of here. You're being disingenuous. Fuck out of here. That is just fucking dishonest as hell. He could not have been more clear about the fact that he was in danger than when he decided, I'm gonna Dreadnought. And their main arguments have just been I didn't see it in the game, it never happened. And I'm like, you literally use statements from the novels for all the games that don't happen in the game. You use Visions of V statements that don't happen in the game. Actually, that reminds me, now I have to go get a statement for this because I know where it's linked, but I'm going to go extract the text from this later, and if it says what I think it is, I'm pretty sure it's a direct statement from Bingo. It's an alleged statement from Bingo that claims that DMC4 is DMC4 Deadly Fortune is the intended story of Devil May Cry 4. So I just have to get that. Because I already know that. I already know that for a fact because it fills everything into the series. But VSB for some reason needs to operate on claims of blatancy. Everything needs to be spoon-fed to them, otherwise it just doesn't exist. So, all of the 9 dimensions being separate space-times also will have a higher temporal access due to time rewinding in infinitely spatial dimension, but it doesn't even get rewound in the rest. What do you mean time being rewound in infinite spatial dimension? Oh. Well, the reason time, if I had to guess, the reason why time isn't being rewound in other dimensions is because they're separated by dimensions of space and time. Like each dimension in the demon world is different from one another. That do be a multiverse. Oh, sweet! They die in 2 hits. Excellent. See, I know the English translation is clear. Well, it's not just that the English translation is pretty clear. It's that multiple VSME members have kind of just more or less taken the worst possible positions in regards to Deadly Fortune's contents. They refuse to acknowledge them under any circumstances and would rather live in denial. Like, they're being blatantly dishonest and they're lying about it. Like, I've never seen, like, such a massive amount of disingenuous behavior than when you have, like, multiple direct statements from every single source in one book claiming something to be the case, and they're like, nah, wasn't in the game, doesn't count. And I'm like, well, I have direct statements that DMC4 was like an unfinished project, plus anyone who played the game can figure that out using their brain cells and their eyeballs. So your argument is invalid. Oh, hold up. But hey, you know, if you want to take that position, that's fine. Just never use Visions of the DMC3's manga, or Before the Nightmare ever again, or any novelization of any game ever again. I'm aware, which supports the fact that the Demon World in its entirety has the higher access. Well. Hello, JRNRP. Does not open from this side, my ass. Oh, wow, I'm barely alive. Barely alive. I do not have any magic defense. Go light that bonfire. Ruben Langdon said the MC4 was finished. The Dante part was supposed to be Nero, but they wanted to add Dante. It was just supposed to be Nero, but they wanted to add Dante in. Ruben Langdon openly admitted that DMC4, the reason why DMC4's campaign looks the way that it does is because it was running out of ideas and running out of time. That was his direct statement. He said they wanted to add, it was about Nero and they wanted to add Dante in, for sure. But he directly said, like, DMC4 was mainly just about running out of ideas and running out of time. It was a rush. And you can kind of tell what he means by that when you check when DMC4 went into development. Because it went into development like right after DMC3 was finished, which, keep in mind, DMC3's development happened immediately after DMC2 was released, which DMC2, if you go by descriptions given in the 342 graphic arts book from the graphic artists, the writers, and the directors, was a massive, like, the last 2 months of its dev cycle, the only 2 months of its dev cycle, to be honest, because the first 4 months they didn't actually accomplish anything at all. It was a massive list of just constant all-nighters being pulled every day, or most days, in order to get their product out the window. And then after that was done, then they spent large amounts of hours working on DMC3. And then after DMC3 finished, and they did the special edition, they immediately started development on DMC4. So I would say that combine that with Ruben's statements, you could just flat out argue like DMC4 was never finished, or was never like intended to be finished as was, and is still an incomplete game. Because it was rushed out the door with like two and a half years worth of dev time. Like, they had a trailer for DMC4 in 2006, the same year DMC3 Special Edition came out, a year after DMC3. They had a trailer for the next game. That is absurd. Wait, where is the door that I need to go to? Oh yes, there's a covetous demon. I see covetous demon thing down. There he is. Large club. Oh, this guy. Damn it, old 2. Wait. Oh, he's doing corrosive urns at me. I was wondering what those were. Stupid fake phantom. Disguised as a summon. We'll just go back to the bonfire. I just hope DMC6 is going to be Nero and go to Malay Island. I don't know if I spelled it right. I think Malay Island is spelled Mallet, if I remember correctly. DMC6 will probably be a Nero-focused game. I don't think it's going to have Dante and Virgil, and it probably shouldn't. It should be like Nero, maybe Trish if she's there, and then some new character. I still vote for the possibility that they just fight the gods from DMC2 that are mentioned in DMC2 lore and DMC5's art book, coming back into the human world to assert dominance after the demons have have had their asses kicked for like the millionth time. They're like, we're back to get our revenge, and now we're taking over the world for the good of humanity or something. So it's basically similar to DMC4's plot. And they could enroll a new character. Well, actually, they could just use an old character. They could just, if they really wanted to, they wanted to make things interesting, they could just throw in Patty Lowell from the anime and just have her take up alchemy, just like her grandfather, Alan Lowell. And then we could get an actual like spellcaster character in DMC, an alchemist. So we get a character that would be known, that they could expand upon. They could do new things with it, and it would have some references. It would expand on alchemy as well, and the gods, and it'd all be really interesting. We'd have a new playable character, and then we'd also have another version of Nero. And then they could just throw Trish in there, just so that we can have another playable version of Trish or something like that. Or Trish and Lady could be like DLC or something. They really need to be that way. We get the actual Ladies' Night. Whoa, what the hell? Oh yeah, these guys drop human effigies for some reason. Here's what I want for DMC6. Dante and Virgil fight Mundus, who was back in a new form. Revealed Mundus kept a weakened Sparta through an artifact and kept him prisoner of the shrine. That would be really fucking silly. That would be really silly. Like, yeah, I had you the whole time, and I'm just that fucking petty. That would make Mundus an even bigger fraud than he already was. Imagine existing throughout the entirety of the games, trying to kill the sons of this guy you want revenge against, when you had him prisoner in your basement the entire time. That's just trash. That would be kind of funny and would be very much like Mundus. It would be super petty. Special edition Dante Virgil. They could do a special edition of 6 with Dante and Virgil. And then just do, like, maybe Lady or Trish. Like, either Lady or Trish. I think Trish would be a better, like, character to use as, like, a hidden character, kind of like DMC2. And then a special edition would just have, like, Dante and Virgil be unlocked after the main campaign. Even new Sendees aren't powerful enough to defeat the new Mundus, so Mundus triggers memories in Dante and Virgil, Nell Angel bit torturing Virgil. Dante unlocks a new form but becomes the antagonist, new King of Hell. What the hell? I don't know about that. Like, I think their narrative is kind of completed. Like, their character arcs are kind of pretty much done at this point. Like, they really shouldn't be giving them more forms. I understand that would be kind of cool to see even more abilities, but we're not... This is not like Dragon Ball, where we get, like, a new form in a different color every now and then. We usually only get them in, like, every other game. And that usually only happens, like, once a decade. It's got to be something special. It's got to have some meaning that hasn't already been done. Plus, Mundus coming back is kind of a little bit premature when he's already come back once already. Like, Dante killing him is the first time he came back. Oh my god. Lucia? I don't know if Lucia would really be... Like, Lucia doesn't really have, like... We would like to see her more, but she's only really prevalent when Malay Island is involved, because she's kind of like... Oh, she's the Guardian Chief of Malay Island. The Guardian Chief of she's the Chief of the Protectorate for the Vito Marley, for the land of Vito Marley. So she's only really interested in that land. That's why she doesn't show up whenever there's like any sort of invasions. That, and because Capcom doesn't like talking about DMC2. But even if they did like talking about DMC2, they would probably still not bring her in, because there's no reason to do so.
She's not story relevant.
She's not story relevant. It's the same reason DMC4, like, Capcom doesn't have bad blood about DMC4. I mean, granted, it didn't accomplish all that they wanted, but they still got some good ideas from the game. It was still very interesting for them. They're not going to bring up Fortuna, because Fortuna is not really relevant to what's happening in, like, DMC5, for example. Like, according to Before the Nightmare, the only thing we actually get out of Fortuna is that Nero goes back there with Nico, and he kills a blitz in the forest, and she somehow, even though it explodes, she somehow uses it to recover, like, to make a core for the Overture. And she finds a flower in the forest that she then uses as the inspiration for Gerbera. That would literally be it. There's nothing there. Do you think DMC6 might be in the making right now? No. Guys, DMC6
They're doing Dragon's Dogma.
Guys, when Dragon's Dogma 2 is actually released and there's been a period of downtime after that, we can start talking about whether or not DMC6 would be in development. You guys have been asking this question for like 3 years now. Like
Dragon's Dogma went in development pretty much, like, what, a year or two after DMC5 ended.
Yes, and it's been in development since then. Like, Insuno's not going to rush that and go into another game.
Like, this is one of the games he really wanted to do.
Yeah, no, he's also going to need time after he's done with that game. He's going to need a break. Because you can't just take a director and be like, well, you finished this game, now work on this one. Like, no. It's not really acceptable.
Between that and overseeing, like, fucking POC and maybe the anime, he's got his hands full.
Yeah, what's next? He needs to oversee some pachinko machines of DMC5. And then, like, a remake of one of the older games. And you guys are like, man, he's done all this, but can he develop DMC6?
Look, if we look at this, there's probably a higher chance that either 2 or 3 is going to get, like, a full, like, remake before fucking 6 comes out.
It probably will. Because oh, that was fucking dirty. They threw me off the edge. I said that the right.
You, Sam Devil, and I will complain.
Released. When was that said? I don't ever remember a statement for that case.
You know what's funny?
Now, Mangler? I'm being tossed to my demise. What are you doing, Abyss? In an interview, only the story, the game is unknown. What? Do you think Lucia will ever make her appearance in the games if Malay Island ever comes into relevance? Like, if they make... So, I could see DMC2 making, or Lucia making future appearances in games if they remade DMC2 and they tied in, like an in-game credit scene with Lucia leaving the island or having duties outside of the island. Which they could do if they remade the game, and then they did, like, a fast-forwarded cutscene after the events of DMC5. It's just that Before the Nightmare kind of already accomplishes that because before the nightmare happens, a decade afterwards, and she's still there on the island, training and protecting it from demons. So we would kind of need something new. Like, I want to put this in perspective. Urizen invading the human world, taking over the demon world, and all that was not enough to get her to come off the island. I don't know what's going to need to be enough for her to leave.
Kidnap Martier.
Now, see, when Mathieu finally kicks the bucket, finally, when she finally kicks the bucket, they'll be like, alright, go find Dante.
No, the funny thing is, like, if any of the games get remade, use him, Devil and I will probably complain, but at the same time, we're definitely forking over that pre-order money.
I don't know, because that just means more time and hours that I have to play. Like, you're all like, hey, what about the lore? What about the power scaling? I'm like, what about the gameplay? Do you understand, like, how many... You understand we're not talking about, like, any game here. Like, DMC is specifically specialized in having multiple New Game Plus runs. Like, I'm going to have a lot of hours of gameplay that I'm going to have to invest. If we're just counting for one remake, DMC2 being remade would be like a full version of Dante and Lucia mapped out, along with like Trish. That's a lot of time and effort that I have to invest.
Let's put it this way: if they don't change anything narratively, they're probably going to add like probably 3 to 4 hours more of like more cutscenes and shit to do.
Maybe. I'm just saying, like, that would be a lot of work to work with. Imagine if they remade 1 and 3 too. Like, jeez, that would just be so much fucking work. You think the lore of the power scaling would be hard? It wouldn't be. It would be getting myself past all of the gameplay sections. Because now I'd have to differentiate between base 3 and a remake of 3. Alright. I successfully fought my way to the top of the summit. Nope. That's, oh, not fun when someone pushes you over the edge, is it? Loser. Let's just make giant snowball. Beautiful. That's what I like to see. Oh, it killed me. I thought it would actually slide down. I want to see Pluto as a main game threat. That could be entirely possible. Listen, Kamiya though. Why does everyone say like, oh, Kamiya's left Platinum Games? He'll come back to Capcom. Yeah, totally. Yeah, he'll come back to Capcom by the time we've traveled to Mars. Probably. What if Dante's new form is called Tony Redgrave? That would not make any sense. that just sounds like, oh, so you want Dante to just take away his own name, I guess. That's more like a downgrade, if anything. Also, we're technically getting like an anime version of Dante that's basically Tony Redgrave. These three tales of which he absorbed the swords and revealed that rebellion, Yamato, and Sparta are all the manifestations of the concept of life, death, and time. What the fuck? Seems a little wild. Tony's new form is called Tony Redgrave. Dante's new form is called Tony Redgrave because he's the manifestation of the universe, manifesting himself in the universe manifestations, causing a paradox that's stopping evolution to progress and defeating him. By defeating him, Nero saves progress. What is this, like, cocaine-filled haze of insanity that is this theory? Wouldn't that be a bit meaningful since it started with Tony Redgrave? No, because Tony Redgrave wasn't meaningful because it started with him. Tony Redgrave was meaningful because it was a false name that Dante took because his mother told him to give away his true name. It was a fake identity that when he abandoned it, he became more powerful. And he awakened new powers and abilities. If he decided to take Tony Redgrave again, he would just be retracting the development that he's had as a character, as well as the powers that he's gained. There would literally be no benefit to it. So, referencing Tony Redgrave as like a statement or something would be fine. Getting a new transformation that's called Tony Redgrave doesn't really make any sense when Tony Redgrave as a character doesn't bring anything to Dante's like kit or arsenal or his like evolution. If that makes sense. Do you think Dante will ever think about having descendants? Maybe when he decides to stop being a baby about having kids. He ever decides to go back to Malay Island and is like, you know what, Montier, I think I'll take you up on that offer of knocking up your daughter. Now that you mention it, that is a good idea. Look over here. I have a feeling that they might screw us with the remakes. Remakes will probably be parallel universes. Nah, I doubt it. Also, a remake being a parallel universe wouldn't really change anything. Because in that timeline, all of the same events still would have happened regardless.
Well, this is the funny thing that a lot of people don't seem to understand when it comes to POC as well. Like, let's say that they settle that that's a parallel, like, universe. I don't think they understand that that still would correspond to, like, the main, like, timeline.
Main timeline. Because based on what we've seen from 2's novel, when Dante goes to a parallel universe, the demon world that he visits there is the exact same as the normal demon world. This is the same energy, it causes the same fear manipulation, the same insanity, the same side effects. It has all the same properties in a different universe that it would have in his own. So even if POC or even if the remakes or any other version of DMC Media is in a parallel universe, that doesn't really change anything. It only matters if you're talking about, like, maybe certain narrative decisions for characters, like, oh, this character did something that was important to their character arc. It's like, well, actually, in this parallel universe, they didn't, because this happened instead. It would really only matter for narrative reasons. It wouldn't affect lore or power scaling. By starting with Tony Redgrave, I mean is an Easter egg reference to Leon's skin in RE4. Like, it's revealed that Tony Redgrave is his own identity that operates outside of the multiverse. Similar to the multiple avatars through which the one above all manifests himself in multiverse, or in Marvel. I don't think that would work very well, and I don't think that would be very interesting. They even say that it's not non-canon. Well, a remake would not be non-canon. What? What?
I think he's talking about the.
Oh, you mean POC? Yeah, no. POC has been confirmed to be an orthodox sequel.
And also, the one person that everyone, like every detractor, tries to use has also gotten stuff about the actual stuff in the game wrong.
Multiple times. He's even stated he doesn't really know what canon is. And I'm like, yeah, because you're clearly not capable of doing this. Like, I want to point out that most of even the DMC supporters on the wiki have more or less, like on Versus Wiki, the people who constantly, like, have this inability to understand how canon works in DMC's continuity, or at least not in regards to POC, in regards to, like, higher and lower continuity, recognize that this man is so, like, incompetent when it comes to explaining the source material of Devil May Cry. They much prefer the other guy that's been actively overseeing the direct release. Like, he says at worst, like, do you think it's canon? Well, that is up for you to decide. And I'm like, well, okay, I decide that it's canon. Thank you for giving me the liberty to make that decision, given all the evidence of what the multiverse ascribes about DMC's series, and the 5 to 10 different statements we have of it being an orthodoxical sequel. I choose to believe it's canon, because that would be the most consistent interpretation to take, and anything else would just be objectively wrong. Unless supported by a equivalent or greater amount of evidence. I still subscribe to the theory that Sparta was isekai like his sons do. Has just been stuck there trying to get back. That's why there's no body or explanation. Well, it could just, like, that's possible. It could just be that they built a grave for him. Because, keep in mind, we're told that Sparta died. It is entirely possible. It is entirely possible that his death might have been a cover-up by, like, Ava and Sparta together. I feel like that's something they would do. Though it seems likely the case that his power is no longer in the main DMC timeline because his seals broke when his death was claimed. So, whatever the case may be, he was either removed from the main universe and his power went with it, or he's dead for sure because his seals broke. At least the one on Mundus did. Kyle, I thought you were going to say something.
No.
I don't know. Did I not go the correct way? Like, I miss him every single time. Come on, buddy. Roll over. Play dead. Oh, that was a jump attack. Ugh. Oh. God, I'm still dying. The guy who knows more is Devil. Devil usually knows more than the average person. This is true. Well, he's also kind of working, so that may or may not be the case. It would probably be a bit cliche. It would grant DMC 1A, though. I don't know if that would grant DMC 1A. That would just mean, at best,
Also,
like there's avatars of DMC characters everywhere, which is kind of the thing already in DMC.
Also, we kind of don't want them to be that high because it's already like boring having discussions about them in versus matches.
Yeah, so the 4A upgrade and the speed is going through. What exactly is the speed upgrade? I don't know that part. That's the part I'm not familiar with. I know what the 4A upgrade is because they're basically giving, for context.
Aren't they already immeasurable?
Well, so I don't know what the speed upgrade is. I don't know what's being proposed. The 4 upgrade, which is like multi-solar system AP, is being offered to every single like mid-tier demon in the series because they're basically finally accepting the Beast Heads is not like a high-tier demon. That it should be weaker than Mundus's generals and presumably the Tower Guardians and like every other major boss demon in the series. Because it's just a construct that was made by Mundus to replicate the effects of the Flypath. And most demons, actually all demons, are immune to its effects, so it doesn't really make sense that it should be stronger than most demons in the series. FTL for bosses. It is for fodders? Wait, are they offering the 4A thing for like minor demons? If so, that's pretty crazy. I mean, technically it is true that they wouldn't be affected by that power that the Beast Heads brings to the table, because anything that the Beast Heads do, you can just chalk up to not really working on regular demons. As silly as that sounds, you can technically make that argument. Dragonborn versus Dante, I don't scale Skyrim, or I don't know why I say Skyrim when I should say just Elder Scrolls in general. I'm not a Fusro Da main. Wait a minute, did I not get all the guys? Oh wait, I think I know where I have to go. Yeah, that's right. Now I remember. And just for generals, they'll just give them FTL. I'll just call them fodders. They're not fodders. They're literally high tier demons. Wait, the generals were not FTL speed? What the fuck? How? Did they actually think that the Rooks were faster than Phantom? Like, I want you to think about that. You think like some random chess piece in the demon world is faster than like a hand-picked general of Mundus. That makes no sense. Also, you know, you kind of get, at some point this will probably happen, but you're kind of going to have to start, like, preparing to make arguments against many of the VSB members in regards to this, the hacks argument rather than AP, because you can't use that logic in DMC when it's made abundantly clear by Burial, by multiple statements from Kaito Shinto, and statements from DMC1, and statements from other sources within the series, that confirms that power in DMC is the main way that you move up in the hierarchy. It's not hacks. No one comes along and says, well, it's my time to defeat you because of my technical abilities. No, they never say that. They say power. It's never...
Oh yeah, and for whatever reason, show them that Devil May Cry characters can, like, fuck with the soul in like a million different ways.
I'm sorry?
Like, well, I was gonna say as well, like, also prepare arguments to show that, like, DMC can fuck with the soul in like a million different ways, because a lot of them seem to try and say, like, oh, well, they can't fuck with souls, so they, even if the 9D statement is true.
Well, that's not something they're worried about, because the VSB is not using POC. So, well, it's not anything that they think is from 1.0.
When's that coming out? Like, next month or the month after?
Sometime in December, I guess. I mean, so the thing is that they just prepared a trailer for the pre-orders. Like, obviously, it's going to be free, but they just have to label it as a pre-order because technically it's coming out. But they already have a trailer for the pre-orders for the official launch. So I have to assume it's going to be soon. Otherwise, they wouldn't really have a... Like, pre-orders really only happen a few months before launch anyway. Oh, that's definitely magical. Okay, so guys, I can confirm the shockwave ability from the Bone Fist is definitely a magical projectile. It looked magical in nature, but I just shot it at this guy and it did reduce damage. So for sure, it is a magical projectile. That being 2020, I probably could have just skipped past these guys and went to the bonfire here. Yep. L scale above the damn rook in speed. Yeah, VSB remember now, which will be a headache. It seems weird that there was no battle body or battlefield left after the fact, considering the power you would need to murk it. Plus, I find it hard to believe that someone got the kill. I generally don't believe that Sparta... I've kind of already explained this before. You should never assume anyone killed Sparta. Sparta got rid of, like, most of his demonic power, so his lifespan would be gone. Like, Burial confirms that... He confirms that Dante in DMC4's novel looks the same as his father did. Meaning, like, he had a human appearance after he got rid of his demonic power and sealed it away. So Sparta should not have been able to live for an indefinite length of time. He should have eventually just died off. Because he sealed his power at the 2,000-year time skip, so he would have been alive with his human form for like 2,000 years.
Well, that's... Like, we kind of know what Sparta would have looked like, because Dante's costume in DMC4 pretty much shows what he would have looked like.
We have 3 costumes across 3 different games, in fact. So we know what he looks like. We have descriptions from Burial. And I think we have some reference descriptions in DMC2's novel as well. So we know for sure what he looks like. And just close that door so I don't have to deal with those enemies. most likely didn't die in battle or anything. He probably just died of a limited like lifespan, because it's never claimed that he was killed. It just said that he lived peacefully in the human world until his death. Demons were stated not to age in a tweet. Cypher, I don't think you understood what I said. He got rid of 100% of his demonic power. He sealed it away in a sword, and he took a human form. He's not really a full demon anymore. Like, after the events of the fight with Mundus and the sealing of the Temenagru Tower and the sealing of the Fortuna Hellgates, he's already sealed away 100% of his demonic power and his sword. So he's not like, he wouldn't be a full demon anymore, which means his lifespan is now limited. DMC5 has a picture of him and he didn't look anything like the costume. I'm pretty sure that's because they were going for like a different art style. And even then, well, even then, you can just argue that the reason why that's the case is because they've been trying to present the series within the frame of like the 70s and 80s. Because when Dante and Virgil would have been born, it would have been the 70s. At least according to the calendar. Because the main games before the events of DMC 1 are supposed to take place during the 1980s. Well, actually, it's either DMC 1 or DMC 4 is supposed to take place like right before the 90s. I'd have to go and find the statement, but yeah, it's confirmed by Insuno that it's directly supposed to take place in that period because he did not want to portray a time period with cell phones and a bunch of other stuff. Why isn't spotted me? Damn it! Did he just block my super special attack? Damn it. That ass have advanced technology though. They have TVS and all that jazz. Not really. They have cell phones and like Bluetooth stuff by like, well actually we don't even see cell phones until DMC 5. What the fuck? Okay, that's stupid. The fact that I'm even alive is even dumber. Mangler, read what I said above. Well, the 1A argument would mainly come from the fact that Tony would be about the codex of laws of the game and dimensions where bodies in beta program, which Nero would skill level. Wouldn't that be 1A? I have no fucking clue what you're talking about. But we see the stuff in the anime, Nero has Bluetooth headbuds as well. Yeah, guys, Bluetooth stuff was, and like wireless earbuds were around back in the 90s. That was a thing in the 90s. Maybe not Bluetooth, but just like wireless headsets were a thing in the 90s. And Dante stat Quicksilver like one of the Angelos in DMC5. The Angelos don't have Quicksilver. Wait, what? You might need to rephrase that. Because that sounded a little confusing. I was activated the power of cope. guys, I have a direct statement. So unless you've got a direct statement that says it's not there, or says something the opposite, you're just gonna have to walk it back. Oh wait, no, I put away my gauntlet. No. No. How do I keep surviving these hits with no health left? God, I would be so excited right now to just get the dark chest plate and the dark leggings. I would have probably about 16 more poised, which means I would just never get staggered when in the middle of gaunts or gauntlet weapons. Oh, fuck. Did he just shoot me through the wall? That's kind of not okay. He's done. Okay, I think I've finally learned how to use this moveset correctly. I have become the fighting game character that I always wanted to be in Dark Souls. Or I guess the fighting game character that I never knew I wanted, but I always needed. Oh boy. Hang on, guys. I will read the comments in just a moment. Please tell me they can come up this ladder. Or this will have all been for nothing. Okay, yeah, no, they can't. Alright, well, that's lovely. No! Damn it, they hit me off the side. Oh, whatever. I remember you mentioning that Sparta... I remember the Gary Norris DMC5 can stack it. Yeah, so Dante, Quicksilver can be stacked in general. I just don't know why you were mentioning D'Angelo's. I remember you mentioning that Sparta's power was growing even after he split it. No, so Sparta seals his strength because he realizes that it's still growing. because he realized that his power had begun to grow, and that's why he sealed it away. He had already split his power apart into 3 separate swords. Well, actually, technically we're not given a statement for when he splits his power, at least. We know he does it at least at some point after Mundus's invasion. Because we don't know if he has, like, Yamato then. We're not really, like, too sure. Well, actually, he does have Yamato on his personal character, at least, from DMC1's costume. But that's not really an indication whether or not that was, like, that was Sparta when the rebellion happened, or if that was Sparta after the fact. Technically, it doesn't really matter whether he split his power then or afterwards. It's not really that important. Because the point is that his power was mainly sealed away at the 2,000-year time skip. We have a date for when his power was directly sealed away. If he split it before, it wouldn't really matter because Sparta was the vast majority of the power anyway, so that's the only part that really mattered. Oh, it's 4 p.m. my time. Got him. We're running past this now. Just get this guy over here and then I can answer some questions. Alright. My argument is that Tony model would have had reality over fiction. Tony would have reality over fiction with DMC because there's a dimension for the box of the games get through which the Easter egg for DMC was created, and there's a dimension above that, which is the real world. That wouldn't be outer-versal. It would just be a dimension above that. Isn't DMC5 and DMC4 in present day? No, it's just that the games before 4 are supposed to be in the 80s. Hang on, well, let me go and get it. Listen, guys. When I have a statement from the director of the DMC games that states when the games are taking place, unless you have counter examples of the actual scenario, then we take it as it is. You don't just say, well, technology looks different here. Like, no. That would just mean technology advanced differently in that world during the 80s. Hang on, let me find it. Where is it? Oh, let me just go to the other server then. Oh, here we go. Here's the statements. The earlier games in the series were supposed to take place in modern Europe. This was never revealed in the games themselves, but the title up to DMC4 actually set in the 1980s, mostly because I did not want to worry about showing cell phones or laptops, so I picked a time where there were televisions but no cell phone. As his direct statements. Because of the power of hope, while Mangler has the power of cope, who would win. I don't know, but Kratos' power of hope is not really strong, whereas I can actually present evidence, even though I'm apparently coping. And since Dante is the mix of everything that would, Tony is the mix of everything that would make a lion skin become Dante would be 1-8, what the fuck are you even talking about? How does that even work? What I meant to say is that Elder Garion, can he stack like Elder Garion? He has Garion's power, and Garion in general can stack it, so, you know. Like, that power that Elder Garion shows is just the ability to control time. That's all it is. It's not stated to be a specific ability that Elder Garion has, or a unique version of it that Elder Garion has. Because when they go and fight it, V says, "Oh, that's a time controlling horse," and Griffin is like, "Oh, but that would mean it's Garion. I thought Dante killed it already." Like, they don't treat it as something different. They're not like, "Man, this is an exceptional version of the Garion horse." They're just like, no. They just assume it's Garion, or some relative of Garion. Elder Garion is like a child that was spawned from DMC3, Garion to DMC3. He was probably produced before then, before he was put in the tower. I saw Dragon Ball vs. Dante comment above. Please tell me they weren't serious. I have no idea. It's the name that works outside the laws, the way that the laws of the way works. Names work in DMC because through the codex of creating transcendent meaning it merged the older 4 reincarnation. Come on, you are smoking some serious crack right now. I don't know where you're coming up with all this. So if Dante and Virgil surpass Sparta, by the events, by the end of DMC5, it's entirely possible that they have. Because the highest I think you can definitively argue Sparta to be is like somewhere in N5. Well, like the problem is that Capcom will just retcon his power then.
So, you have a nice stream, Mangler?
Right. Yeah, hang on. I'm just reading comments. If we get a 6, which would be a 2026 at least. So, Mangler, I got a really invested in Sonic Tail and got a potential immeasurable speed argument for Sonic from Sonic CD. Nice. Did Dante use Royal Guard on the Fury in DMC5? No, he just flicked it with his fingers. Yeah, Jay is correct. So when does DMC5 take place? 2006.
Alright. You good to go? You have a fun time with Dark Souls 2?
Hang on, let me get my souls back. I don't like leaving a souls play stream with my souls left in the battlefield somewhere. They're literally right in that other room. Give me just a sec.
I believe you.
Please die.
Also, hello, Kyle. I see you're there as well. Not talking.
I haven't been given a question.
So,
He's been quite active.
thank you, Rock Alice. So, completely off topic to whatever was said on the stream. I found out there was another blue sky guide book that I do not have. And it does confirm that, the area they're in when he uses Somryu Tenha has nothingness. So, suck a dick.
Consistency.
No, it's not consistent. It's just I mean, I guess it is consistent with his statement, but suck a dick. But more importantly than that, Kyle, I think I told you there were gas monitors because of North Star, right? Like there are.
You have?
Yes. So did I tell you about the Souther one specifically? How there's like one where Souther's just super awkward the entire time.
No.
Well, there's this gag manga series with Salder. It's basically like, what if Salder was just really awkward in all of his interactions? It's pretty funny at times. But so, for Fist of the Blue Sky, for the guidebook, they had a chapter with Salder in it, where at the end of the series, Salder comes out of the statue to fight Kasumi. And it is just peak fiction watching Salder beat Kasumi because of his pressure points. It is just peak.
He wins.
So he wins the first encounter, but at the end of the series, for some reason, Kasumi gets the ability to summon his god's hand, and it just randomly comes out of his chest to grab Salder, and Salder's like, "What the fuck was that?" And Kasumi is not saying anything at all, but his face is sweating, and he just says, "What the fuck was that?"
Yeah, get the fuck out of here. He didn't win, the god won.
Yeah, no, so the actual ending, there's a little ending paragraph where Salder says that I'm the first guy in history to lose to a fucking statue, but otherwise it would have been an overwhelming victory for me. Statue too strong.
Can you use that as evidence to basically say that Kasumi would lose to all the modern day fighters?
I would have to first read the author's interview about it, but it's a gag manga. But there is some material in that gag manga that is technically canon, because it does have background stories for characters that I think are considered canon. Well, I would just say it like this, that Kasumi would scale to at least Salder's area, which is technically fair, although Kasumi does also comment that Salder is really fucking fast. So that's just a consistent thing among them. But yeah, no, so that was just interesting. It would at least, honestly, for scaling purposes, it would just at least confirm that Salder's body is different from what Mong did, who could just move his pressure points around. What the hell is going on with Tony Redgrave and shit? Kyle, how is being after your wife and brother are dead, man? Oh,
Some
Rock and
nonsense.
Alice, you should really watch the Final Fantasy 16 stream last night, or no, it wasn't last night, it was the night before. You should really watch that, because we dug into Final Fantasy 16 quite a bit. I'm almost tempted to make that its own little clip at the end, just the last 40 minutes, and just say early impressions of Final Fantasy 16, because we ripped into that game a bit, at least for the story.
Okay, let's see.
Thoughts on Visual Speed Sonic? Fuck.
I have so far I have, aside from the bonfire aesthetic Ava, the two additional pets of the king, and then the actual Ivory King himself. I've beaten everything in that DLC, and I've gotten most of the loot and the items.
Did you beat the
So
secondary
I'll
hidden
just need to
boss?
get the. I think it's secondary hidden boss. Who's this?
The wolf that's hidden in the snow.
Yeah, no. I'll go kill them in a little bit after I kill Ava, because I had the bonfire acidic Ava to get another Bone Fist, but it's a bonfire acidic Ava, so she's like really fucking strong.
Yes. Never played 16. Is the story bad or something? Fuck. How do I summarize it? Again, I would definitely recommend checking out the
Not bad. It's just that the pacing is kind of not great, and it's very ham-fisted about what it's trying to convey. You also have a character who has every motivation to kill a lot of people he comes across, but instead he'll basically turn the other cheek.
Yeah, that...
Oh, so it's kind of like Tales of Vesperia.
No, it is not.
No.
You take that back right now, Mangler.
Oh wait, is that the one that? Wait. Am I thinking of the game where the guy does kill them at every single turn, and the world judges him for it?
Actually,
or am I?
God, I love Vesperia's crew. Their literal leader goes around killing people when he feels like it. Usually he's, right to do so. But the rest of his crew's just
He's very justified when he does that.
Yuri's crew is just pure ride or die. They don't give a fuck. It is God. It was so refreshing. Vesperia is great. That story was great. That was a great story this year.
Okay, so I must be thinking of I must be thinking of the wrong game.
So like, to give an example, because you guys probably don't watch the 16 streams after the fact. At one point, you are given a side quest to save a child from a wolf because you're technically a slave at that point, or like you're branded as a slave, and so you go save the child. But then you find out that the dad and his child had just been sending slaves to get viciously murdered by the wolf in front of the child for his amusement. So instead of killing the dad or doing anything to the dad, you're just like, okay, fuck you, and just leave. It's like, you sure you don't want to put a stop to that?
No, no, and the way the quest ends, and the way the quest ends, is they get off-screened, and somebody else says, like, "Yeah, just doing the work that you did."
Is there a source for the clap-off being the source? Is there a statement for the clap-off being the source of demonic power? There's a statement for human blood being the source of demonic power.
Oh yeah, so Kyle.
Or
Oh, go on, Mangler.
yeah, and there's a statement for human blood being the very embodiment of power for demons. But like, you could just argue that the Qliphoth would be the source of all of that, since it created all demons, and by extension, all humans.
Damn. Well, I was going to say specifically regarding the DLC for Tales of Arise. They say it's a fully fledged story, Kyle. So that means they're essentially saying they're selling you an entire new story, the same length as the last one. You looking forward to that, Kyle?
I am.
I was gonna say that's a pretty good DLC right there. A brand new storyline.
Well, I'm already 16, and I'm not going to drop that. So what I'll do is probably add an additional stream day to do that then, and we'll just organize when to do that.
I was gonna say, if you want an additional stream day, we could just fill you off for my Saturday then, which would be your Sunday if you want to do it like that.
Yeah, that's fun.
I'm lost on who's been talking all this time. Mangler's been talking the entire time. Kyle's the Australian, and I was gone the entire time.
I think now is probably a good time.
We just all sound like Kyle.
Oh yeah, or me, apparently.
We are Legion.
I think now is probably a good time for me to go because I have a few things I got to take care of.
Yeah,
in the hour before I leave.
The stream will be over in a few minutes. I just want to make sure everyone gets like taken care of. Basically, how happy were you for the DLC announcement for Tales, Kyle?
Pretty surprised.
Yeah. I'm gonna transport myself to a different location then.
Alright.
So I can set up for some farming.
Okay, so while Mangler's setting that up, that will be more or less it for today's stream. Again, if you guys want, I recommend watching at least the last hour of the last stream for Final Fantasy 16, because we do go into our thoughts about it pretty significantly. Bro, I just got thrown through a fucking parade for the past 30 minutes. That sucks.
Sounds rough.
Oh, Paradox. The drunk Aussie, the unwholesome Californian, and the black hole Texan. Yeah, that is correct. That is 100% correct.
The hell is the black hole Texan?
That's because of your metabolism. You talked about it like once on stream like several years ago about how like when you were younger your body would just metabolize.
You're like, hey, he mentioned something. Let's identify his entire existence by that one comment. Yeah, that'll show him.
I am the wholesome one actually under the heavens. Thank you very much. But yeah, no. So yeah, Kyle, will you be streaming later today or not? Because I think you said you were gonna make up for it today.
Yeah, I am.
Alright, so then Kyle later today will be streaming on his channel. I'll see if I can try and make it to that one, but we'll see what happens there. And regarding videos on this channel, hopefully I'll have a new video up by next week, but I'm not going to tell you guys what it is, depending on whether or not I have to shuffle things around. because my college is giving me a fuck ton of assignments this month, and I'm almost done with my after-school slavery. So that's why videos have kind of slowed down as well, because I have to go after school to work like 4 hours to build a fucking playset. I mean that in the most literal term. It's a set for a play. And yeah, so Kyle will be streaming later on his channel. Thank you guys for your time as always. Have a nice day. I'll see you guys on the next streamer video.